everyone, and welcome back to another big series here on this channel. My name is Daniel, and in this very long tutorial I want to show you the entire process of creating a character in Blender 3.0. I wanted to create this tutorial mostly for beginners who use Blender, so we're almost not using any external software. Especially let me just show you basically some pictures that I took throughout the progress. In the first couple of parts, we'll start to work with a low poly mesh. So we'll do poly modeling, we'll set up a draft, which is fairly easy, just basic features in Blender. We'll then go a bit further and brush those parts up and give them all a little bit more detail. This will be basically our high poly mesh. I think we only use sculpting for some of the details here on the body and the legs. I think those are the only parts that we really use sculpting tools on, and that's also inside of Blender. So if you don't have ZBrush, for example, you should be totally fine in following this tutorial. So I can show you some more pictures. I did some shading tests very early on. These are just personal work, but this is what we'll end up with. And once we have the high poly mesh, we'll of course start to get into retopology, which will be a very long process, but I think there's very much to learn. I'm fairly confident about my retopology skills, and well, here's the outcome. Let me just show you what we get from there. I feel like this is some very clean topology, and there are some very valuable lessons to be learned in how I created this, and I'm looking forward to teaching you all of that. For those of you who are now wondering why this is all triangles, this is just to avoid some texturing artifacts, but I still have, of course, the quad version to go back to, just in case you're curious about that. But this is now this very mesh. It's a low resolution mesh, it's a low poly mesh, but we bake normal maps onto it. This is one of the places where I use external software, also for the UVs, unfortunately. Blender has, in my experience, just not the greatest tools for that. That doesn't mean that you can't do this part in Blender only, it just means that it will be a little bit harder, and I had to cut here a few corners just to improve the quality a little bit. But you can see that even though this is now a low resolution mesh, a low poly mesh, you have all the details from the sculpt still in, and all the curves are still pretty smooth. You really have to zoom in to see these sort of bumps and, well, edgy shapes of the polys. But yeah, from there we just go and do some texturing. There will be a little bit of it was quite a challenging setup, to be honest. There were some tricky parts, and I did have to go a bit back and forth, but I'll do my best in the editing to sort of cut away the parts that will confuse you, and try to focus on the things that matter. But I hope you can have a little bit of understanding when I will struggle myself towards the end, because it's simply just a tough thing to pull off. But we're going through all of this texturing. I'll show you how to do the internal lines, I'll show you how to do the external lines that you can see here, the outlines. There's also some very fancy shading stuff going on here, and on the eyes I can actually show you a video here. Let's play that. Basically, the eyes are flat. Well, I'll just show you here on the mesh. This is going to be a really interesting part of the video, in my opinion, and quite a little bit of an innovative part as well. So the eyes are basically just a flat mesh, and this is all a shader that's used to create this 3D effect. And I think this is a technique that hasn't really been used a lot, but it's extremely powerful, because it allows you to sort of shift the eyes inside as you go to a side view, and gives you a way more stylized and natural feel. Use a similar technique here in the helmet, and once again, these were some tricky parts. I had to figure things out as I went with this, and well, I'm looking forward to teaching you all of these things, that is for sure. So all in all, I think that's going to be it for this first video. I really only wanted to show you that you see, we actually pulled it off. We created a very nice character. I wanted to show you that it's all ready to be put onto YouTube in form of a tutorial. It's going to be very long. I have a feeling that it's going to be more than 40 parts. Some of them are just 10 minutes, some of them are an hour long, so not the most consistent stuff, but I did my best there. And it's going to be published throughout the next months. I still haven't edited it, so should I miss a day or two, it will mostly be because I couldn't keep up with the editing, but I'll do my best to keep it up. Basically, it's just some screen recordings that I have to confirm, cut out the parts where I have to sneeze or whatnot, but it should be pretty much good to go. One last note that I think some of you will be wondering about. Does this include rigging, for example? Does this include animation and export to UE, Unreal Engine, and these kind of things? And the quick answer to that is no for now, because the tutorial has been long enough and it's just modeling at this point the character creation into a form that is basically ready to be used in other contexts. And my plan is to continue this series, to produce some additional content, to maybe go into rigging here, to maybe do the cape as a cloth setup and show you how to do that. But these things are just going to take more time, and I wanted to get this out. It has actually been my New Year's resolution to really try to do more content this year, so let's see how it goes. I haven't been the best to keep it up, but definitely let me know in the comments what other content you would like to see. For the coming months, you will be definitely supplied with lots of videos from this channel, so if you haven't subscribed yet, make sure that you leave a subscription, because I think you'll not regret it. So with that said, I hope I didn't forget about anything important. If you have any questions, anything you're wondering about, leave it in comments. Maybe I can answer some of those questions. And I'll be releasing these videos soon, probably 2 to 3 every week. And that will probably be even this week. So let's hope that everything goes well. I hope you like the content. I hope you enjoy and look forward to this particular design. It will be a great experience, and I will see you soon. Hello everyone, this is Daniel and welcome to a new beginning. This is the second part, I believe, in this new character creation series. I assume you have already watched the first part where I talk all about what we'll be creating, you know, the scope of this project. Please go ahead and watch that if you have not watched it yet, because I'll talk about who this series is targeted at and how it should be used and so on. Also, you might just want to see what the result will be, so I'm just starting now to create this project, but if it goes well, there should be a part 1 in which you can see all those things. So let's get started. The first thing that you want, and the first thing you're pressing X, Y, this, and we'll do that. Character creation series. So in the last part we have set up our scene so that we have references show up in the right place for our different views, and today we said we would start with the modeling. Now I mentioned already that I usually would start with sculpting tools and, you know, block it out and do all these things, but that's an approach that is more flexible and but it's also more difficult. So in this series, as this is aimed at beginners, and I hope that everyone should be able to follow along with this, I'll use poly modeling tools in the beginning for now. So that means we'll, you know, create a mesh and you can follow along as we go. So to create a new mesh, first hit Shift A. This brings up the add menu, go to mesh, and we can just start with the cube and set it back to median point. That's the default, and that just means the center of our selection. That's what we need for at the moment. Now, as you do this, you'll notice it's quite hard to see what you're doing because we can't see what's below anymore. But you can always hit the Z shortcut and switch to wireframe. So here you can see, of course, my shortcuts when I'm pressing. Go to wireframe or go to solid. You can also click up here if you are more comfortable with that. And then we start to adjust it a little bit. I'll begin with the oval rough shape. So, you know, look at where the head is in this sketch. And this should be fine. From the side, I adjusted it a little bit. Let's make it, I'll use S to scale and then hit Y to restrict it to the Y-axis and just scale it a little bit down. And for moving, just hit the G key, of course, to grab it and use the middle mouse to snap it to an axis. You know, these are just basics. I'll mention them a couple of times, but I hope you get used to them very quickly. Now, what I do is I hit the B key to get into box selection. I then drag across these lower points, have them all selected. Make sure you do this in wireframe mode, because otherwise the back would not be selected. So do that in wireframe, select them all. Then I hit G and then the middle mouse key to snap them to the axis, and I'll move them down to here. Do the same thing, hit B, select parts, and move them up and down. Now you'll notice that it's a bit annoying that when you do something on one side that the other side doesn't move. I mean, it's symmetrical, right? So should ideally be mirrored and nothing much to worry about. So what I'll do here is quickly select one entire half. For some reason I like to delete the left half, I don't know, doesn't really matter. Select one side and hit X, then select vertices in this case, just so that, you know, the center should remain. Then go here to your modifier panel, add a modifier and add a mirror modifier. This will mirror all points and all the data of the mesh using the origin of the object. So you can see that if you move it, it will be mirrored around here. But if you go to object mode and move the object, the mirror axis will be still where the origin of the object is, not where the origin of the world is. Just keep that in mind as we move forward. Let me quickly do that again. Just apply the modifier. And I like to use the clipping option. The clipping option here in the modifier, what it does is it makes it so that these points snap together and you won't be able to tear them apart like this. So if you have it on, bring them together, now they're snapped and now you can't pull them apart anymore. That's usually what you want. Otherwise, just leave the settings as they are. And let's get back to the mesh. Now from the side view, I think we have more to do rather than the front. Yeah, just drag to the front some of these points. Actually quite easy. You can rotate these a little bit. One of the first advice that I have for you is try to keep the flow of your mesh as smooth as you can. So in this case, you see I had it like this, which is actually fine maybe, but I think I want to turn it a little bit to the back just to keep it a bit smoother. I want to align it with you know, these extreme points like this one here. And we don't need to do all the details at the moment. So just like that should be fine. I'll smooth it a little bit out like this. I like to use a lot the box selection mode. Just hit B, select something, and then go across. Actually, you could just select it with a normal left click. But yeah, it doesn't really matter, right? So here I'll need to move this a little bit to the top, adjust these parts here. And you'll notice quickly that you know, the head is taking already quite a bit of shape, but it's not very nicely balanced, or how do I say? I want to keep the distance between points very evenly distributed. So what I do is, by holding Alt and using the left mouse button, depending on where you click, it will select the entire edge loop. In this case, I mean, if you have the faces selected, you can, you know, select the face loop or whatever it's called. But it also works with edges. So select the entire edge and hit G twice. That will bring you into slide mode. And I just want to pull this down a little bit until roughly here. That gives me the option to like adjust it a little bit better to this point. Similarly, I believe that here it's nicely distributed, but here we could go a bit more to the front. So select this lower part, hit G twice and bring it to here. And this kind of adjustment work goes on for quite a while. Try to always look at these different lines and make them smooth. That's the basic idea. Okay, now it doesn't need to be perfect at this point, but yeah, it's easy to get carried away. So I think that's good enough for now. And you know, your head is already ready. We'll do details mostly in the sculpting stage. So the idea that I'm going for is that we start in poly modeling to do the rough shapes, and then we go into sculpting and do the details, so that you learn both sides. And yeah, sculpting should be easier, so we will start with that, of course, but you should be able to follow. So let's see, the neck. The neck is the next part that we want to look at, and we could bring these points a bit closer together using the same methods as before. You know, just select with B, box select, or just normal click. And I want to bring these points a bit closer so that we have here a shape that's roughly the thickness of the neck. And then I'll select this face where the neck should be coming out at, and I'll just hit E to extrude. Now it's going to be, and then I'll select this face. Where the neck should be coming out at, and I'll just hit E to extrude. Now it's going to a weird direction here, so what I want to do is just hit the right mouse button to reset the position, but it's still extruded, as you will see here. Also, by the way, make sure that you have clipping enabled at this point, because if you don't have it enabled, you'll get like faces in the middle and it will be some mess to clean up. I mean, you just have to delete it and bring these together again. But yeah, either way, clipping will help you to do that. So if clipping is on from the beginning, you will be able to just extrude it, and they will, you know, not cause any issues. Now bring these down here, somewhere here. I'll scale them, so I hit the S key and then the Z key to scale them along the Z axis. And then I press the 0 key to make them flat, basically. You can do the same for the other sides along a different axis. I like to clean things up this way just to keep it better organized, because now I know that this is basically square and everything. Yeah, but it's still, you know, not very round, isn't it? So one thing we can do is so this must be the front, so we bring these points back a little bit now. You can again hit G twice to slide along the existing edges. That will help us a little bit here. So we do that for this part as well. And yeah, I think that already gives us a rough version of the neck. It's a bit thick still, so okay, let's be careful. Let's go to wireframe. I'll select all these parts and let's just bring them together more. Now, so here things start to not line up so well. You see that here are some cases where maybe we're not sure anymore where things really go, because here the shoulders start higher up here, but just consider this, the way the shoulders are kind of tilted forward. So I think it does kind of work out in the end. We don't need this edge at the bottom, by the way, so I'm just going to select it and delete it at this point. So the object is open here, but we'll just expand it as we go. And maybe let's just leave it here for a moment, because now I will take I'll take a step back and think about the body a little bit. So let's start with a new object. Here's our new object. So I went to object mode, hit Shift A, go to mesh, go to cube, and here is the new cube that we have. I'm now going to again add a subdivision surface modifier, set it to 2, and we can go ahead and use that for the body, but we can also try and go ahead and use that for surface modifier, set it to 2. And we can go ahead and use that for the body, but we can also try to make it a bit more usable by doing something like this. So I just went into edit mode, selected the top 4 points. So by the way, a modifier is like an effect that is layered over your mesh when you leave edit mode. So subdivision surface just subdivides the geometry and smooths it. And so you can go back in and edit like the original points. So I'm just going to select all the ones at the top, as we are already used to doing, and then move them up like this. So extrude them and snap them by holding the control key to like same distance. So 2 units here, 2 units here. And then you just leave the edit mode to up to the object mode, and then apply the modifiers, so then that when you next enter the edit mode, you have all this geometry available. So now we can start and make the body out of this. Let's bring it into the roughly right position, scale it and rotate it a little bit to line it up. And let's see, I also feel like the body is a little bit like a box. So yeah, by the way, we should also set up our symmetry again. So select the half, delete it. So B, drag, then you have the selection, then hit X to delete. Then add the mirror modifier one more time and enable clipping, and there we go. So now I want to select these edges here, so select the first vertex up here, then hold Control and click on the one down here. Blender will automatically select the path that connects these 2 points that you select. Then hold Shift, select this one in the back, and then hold Control and click on the one at the bottom here. What I want to do next is just inflate these points a little bit by pressing Alt-S. That will let me inflate them, and by doing so we'll just make the body a little bit more boxy. Inflate these points a little bit. bit by pressing Alt S. That will let me inflate them, and by doing so we'll just make the body a little bit more boxy, because that's what I feel the design is like. Now it can be tricky to move all these points individually, so in this case what I want to do is I hit the O key. That will enable this option here, which is proportional editing, and that will allow you to move all the points that surround your selection as well. If you use the scroll wheel while transforming something, you can also change the radius. And I'll just use that quickly to, you know, line things up a little bit better. Maybe let's select these 2 points in the back and smoothly, with a lower radius, smoothly bring them up to around here. And we also might want to select this entire lower part and drag things down while increasing the radius so that we get a nice even distribution. And we might also want to scale it down a little bit like this. Yeah, just look at the reference and line things up. All right, and there we have our first couple of parts. Obviously a lot of work is needed still, but it's a good starting point, right? So I hope I hope you're able to follow along to this point. Yeah, I hope I won't be able. I will try to answer some of your questions in the beginning when this video comes out, but I usually receive questions very long after these videos are released, so I won't be able to answer these questions forever. But if you have a question, still type it in the comments, and if you see a question that you know the answer to, go ahead and answer to each other's questions. That will should be really helping. Yeah, it will help all of you, and it will be exciting to exchange some knowledge. So this is everything we'll do in this part. It's a good starting point, as I said, and next we'll just continue to rough things out. We still need to do the arms. We should add ears, rough ears for now. The pants, the legs, the hat. There are a bunch of parts that we still need to rough out, but that's basically it for today. And I hope that you enjoyed it so far. So see you in the next one. Hello everyone, and welcome to part 4 of this character. Creation series where we're making Reg from Made in Abyss. So yeah, let's continue on our journey here. At the moment, we just continue with the same task that we already did. I just want to start to focus on the arms now. And you can see here that the arms have a little bit of a pose. You can see how the way I drew it, they're slightly tilted forward. And the pose that I want to make also should have that a little bit. That is for rigging reasons and also just because it looks more natural. But it's a bit difficult to model from this, as you can imagine, since it has a little bit of a, an angle to it. So I also made a little drawing on the side of just the arm without any rotation, so we can use this one as well. Let's start by adding a new mesh with Shift A, add mesh circle. I will go here into these settings and I'll set the vertex count . here to 8. So hit enter, and you'll find at the 3D cursor your new geometry. Now remember that you can always reset the position of an object. So if you move it away in object mode, you can always hit Alt G and the origin. So this point here will be moved back to the origin of your world. So I'll just move it over here, and I don't have to worry too much about, you know, lining it up with the grid or anything. Just move it to here, and now enter edit mode. I'll scale it down. You see this ring, that means that proportional editing is still on from our last part. I'll disable that, scale it down a bit more to make it fit, and just, you know, create the arm. This is going to be a straight tube in this style. There's very little detail here apart from the rings. We can actually go ahead and add these rings. Let's see, we have roughly 4. Hit Control R and then use the scroll wheel to add a few cuts, and yeah, we'll just go for 4 cuts along this distance. Just click to confirm. Now you see this here is going to be a cylinder actually from the side view. Maybe let's bring up our references quickly. You see that this here is a cylinder that kind of punches through like this. So what I'll do is select the lowest ring by by holding the Alt key and clicking on this edge. That will select the entire ring, hit Shift D, and then hit the right mouse button to leave the new copy at its original position. So this is a copy. Be sure to remember that, because you don't want to have like extra copies of your mesh in the same place without noticing it. I can now hit the R key to rotate this and hold Control to snap it to 90 degrees. Then I move it a little bit down just to get to the center of this new cylinder. And then I'll move it, I'll use the E key to extrude. I'll hold middle mouse for a bit, or click middle mouse to snap it to the x-axis. And then let's hold the Control key to go by increments. And you can see here in the top of the screen, so it's a bit hard to point at, but here are the coordinates, or like how much you're moving it. I look up here and I see that I need to move it by about 0.1. So I'll do this, then I'll select the other side here, and I'll hit G, snap again to the axis, and move it by the same amount. That way it's symmetrical. So you'll realize that we have a little bit of a gap here, so we can also, maybe let's go ahead and select these rings, hit X, and hit the edge loop option this time to remove these edges quickly. I maybe should have added them a bit later.
Or you could just do dissolve vertices. It's the same thing. Or not. That's cool.
I'll just drag this cylinder down until here, and then use Ctrl R again to add my loops back in, so that they're evenly spaced once again. So it's rough, you know, this is not perfect, but it's just yeah, a way for us to get started. So let's also select this ring here, alt click on the ring, hit F to fill this side, alt click on the ring, hit F to fill this side. Now you'll see that this is not quads anymore, this is an n-gon as we call it, so a face with more than 4 vertices, but that's okay. This is of course not going to be in our final version of this mesh, but it's again a starting point. Now for this cylinder here, let's hover your mouse over this upper part of your mesh and then hit L. With L you can select all the linked or connected points. I'll now use Shift D to copy and quickly click middle mouse to snap it to the z-axis, and then I'll leave it somewhere here. I'll scale it up a little bit, and then it will have roughly the right height, but not the right thickness yet. So if you just hit S, it will scale it along all axes. If you had hit S and then X, for example, it will be constrained to one axis. But you can hit also S and then Shift Z to constrained to all the axes apart from the z-axis. So that's what I'm going to do here to increase the thickness without increasing the height. Now with Alt and Alt Shift, I'll select all these rings, hit S and Shift C again to increase the thickness further on these parts here. And then for this part, basically, let's see, what's a good topology for that? Let's see. Okay, I'll select this lower ring, make a copy, bring it down a little bit, scale it a little bit down, then make another copy of this. Rotate it a little bit. Okay, I'm going a bit experimental here, but yeah, rotate it a little bit. Then hit S to scale, and then hit Z to constrain it along the Z-axis, and then stretch it out like this. You also need to move it a bit to the front, and parts. Now you can select them both. Hit F3 and search for a bridge. bridge edge loops. Apparently you can also hit Control E and go to bridge edge loops, and that connects them like this, and we can use Control R to add a loop cut in between here, and we want to scale it from this point, so you can do it and we want to scale it from this point, so you can do it yeah, like in a rough way, or what you can do as well is select these 2 points, or I guess it's just 1 point here, hit Shift S for snapping options, and hit cursor to select it. That brings the 3D cursor to here. Now you can select the ring, hit the period key, and change from median point to 3D cursor. Now all your transformations will be centered around, or the origin of it, or the pivot, or whatever, will be at the 3D cursor. Now we can again use scale and use Shift C maybe to just give it a little bit of this curvature without changing this part too much. Now just to reset our settings at this point, hit Shift C to reset the position of the 3D cursor, hit period and change back to median point. So that looks good, I believe, for what we want at the moment. Let's just select this again and hit F to close the hole. You don't need to always do this. I mean, we'll later have to review all these parts either way. But yeah, if you want, you can just fill a couple of these holes. Just select them, Alt-click on the edge, and hit F to fill. Now this is the arm ready now. We can actually save this copy here on the side. Maybe it will be useful for later. So let me duplicate it with Shift D. Then here it's still selected. I'll go for, I don't know, arm straight, or I don't know, neutral. And we'll leave it here. Just check the eye icon here, so it's hidden now. So there's now, even if we change this and do something with it, we still have a copy of it hidden. Because now I want to bring this and implement it into the body, and the first thing I want to do is, since it's still lined up nicely with the axis, I'll select these lower 2 parts by hovering over them and using the L shortcut to select the linked items. Actually, before that, maybe unselect it all with Alt A, select only the cylinder and move the cursor to select it one more time. We have to do the same settings again, you know, hit the period key, go to the cursor. Now deselect, select the slower points, and if you rotate them now, you'll see that they rotate around the cylinder. So I want to give it a little bit of a, you know, 15 degrees or so, maybe 10 degrees, 15 seems fine. Yeah, a bit of an angle to make it look nice, and we'll just, you know, go back to medium point as our pivot and reset the 3D cursor with Shift C. Now in object mode, go ahead and just bring it into the right place, something like here. We can also just do some rough edits, just scale it up a little bit, doesn't matter too much. So we can, of course, at this point also judge a little bit. It doesn't need to be all accurate in modeling, right? The character design is a bit organic, so I don't mind going in here and scaling up some parts to just line it up a little bit nicer with our reference. So this seems to be closer to what we actually should have drawn, and my sketch on the side maybe wasn't the most accurate. Alright, now that we have that, you see the object is scaled, rotated, and has weird transformation, but it doesn't matter. We just will join all of this into our body so that basically all transformation will be lost, and this mesh, the content of it, will become part of this mesh. So let's select this one first, then shift click on the body and then hit Ctrl J to join. You'll see that that also mirrored it on the other side, because this object has the mirror modifier on it, and the arm is added on the right side, of course, so that just nicely mirrors it. It's now part of this mesh. By the way, we didn't really check the depth of it, so let's select all these points again. Let's just make sure that they're where the arm should be. Maybe I drew this a little bit too far in the back, so I'll bring it a bit further to the front than that. But yeah, that leaves us with something like this. Now, should I try to add the arm and join all these things together in this part? We can try. So you see we have 8 points here, so that means we need 8 points here to join it nicely together. You get nicely 8 points if you count here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we want something like this. But this would be a little bit too big of an area, so I'll add a loop cut here, bring it to roughly the right place. We can move this one down instead, select it and hit G twice to slide along the edge. I'll bring this up a little bit to just center it a little bit better. And I don't really like that we're so close to the back here, so I'll try to instead bring this region. Let's select all these points here. I'll hit O to enable proportional editing, and I'll try to bring these a bit more to the top. I'll also change the curve to sharp and scale it up a little bit and just try to line it up a little bit better with the arm here. Oh, and I don't want to edit the arm itself, so I'll go in here into the options and check connected only, so that these unconnected parts aren't moved. Make it smooth a little bit. Hit O again to disable this option. And now we can hopefully just delete this vertex and select these two edges. Hit Ctrl E and bridge edge loops. You can also add some cuts here, and hopefully you can adjust the smoothness a little bit. That could give you a good starting point. So let's leave it like this, and before we end this part, let's quickly just go in here and freehand adjust some of these points to make them a bit smoother. You might have to drag out a few of these points here to align the arm better with the back. Just, you know, rotate the camera around a little bit. And we'll do something similar with the front. Now don't do it too much, it doesn't need to be perfectly smooth. And I also see a little bit of a thing that we can improve here. So select these 3 points here. I just want to improve the topology a little bit. Then delete these 4 faces. And next, let's see. I'll also delete this edge here and this edge here. I hope by now you know how to do it. Just select it and hit X, and then use the delete edge loops here. And hopefully you can see at this point what I'm trying to do. I'm just fixing up the topology here a little bit. So select these 2 points now, hit F to connect them, right click and hit subdivide to subdivide them, bring this point up a little bit, select these 2 points or all 4, create a face, create a face, create a face, create a face with F as a shortcut. And while it's still a bit rough, it's now a better topology. And to smooth things up a little bit in the end, let's just select the entire region here. I hold Control and that gives me a nice selection all around. So I'll select the ring all around this region, and I'll select this entire ring. And then I go to, let's actually include these maybe. No, let's not. Right, and then I go to Control E, select loops. Select loop inner region, and then I go here to the smooth tool and just drag on this handle a little bit. You know, you can experiment here a little bit, and we just smooth these parts up a little bit. Finally, let's just select this region here. We can bring it down a little bit. We can smooth it up a little bit still. Then go back to the default selection tool, and I think we can call this region fine for now. It will need a lot of polish and detailing, but yeah, it is the basic structure and all the points that we need are in place. So we're good to go for now. Yeah, feel free to do some additional adjustments here and there to, you know, hit the silhouette better. That's not my primary concern at the moment. Alright, this video is getting long. I hope you learned quite a bit. Yeah, by the way, if you can't see the silhouette because this background image is in the way, just go to the side view, select it, and even if you can't see it, just move it to the back, like 2 units. You can do the same thing with this image, just move it to the back. If you want to see them quickly, see what I did something like this. That makes it easier to work with. Yeah, here we go. It's starting already to look like a character. I hope you're doing good, like following along. Leave your questions and answer each other's questions if you want in the comments down below, and otherwise I'll be back very soon with the next part in this tutorial series. See you soon! Hello everyone, this is Daniel and welcome back to the 5th part in this character modeling series. Before we get started, I just want to point out that we now have a Discord server where you can share your progress and where you can also find resources like this reference picture. So if you're interested in that, take a look at the link in the description and the comments down below. Otherwise, I say we get started. Just to clean up things a little bit, I'll select this lower half and delete the faces here. I don't think we'll need them at the moment, at least. I should also tilt them back a little bit. Maybe I'll do this in proportional editing, so I just hit O quickly to enable that mode. So do something like this. Also just to clean things up a little bit more. Just give me a second to get the silhouette right. Right, that looks good. Yeah, the head seemed a little bit small, so we don't need to do anything with the neck. Let's deselect this part, but I will use Alt S to just inflate the head a little bit, just to give it the right size here. I hope that didn't change too much with the side view. Maybe I scale it down in the side view a little bit, but that should be fine. Okay, now let's move on. I'll bring up my references quickly. You see the fingers are kind of blocky things around this circular thing. Maybe we add the fingers first and then we'll look at the legs a little bit. The pants are going to be probably the most difficult part, but I hope we'll figure it out. For the fingers, I'll just do it very easily. Just add a plane here. I'm going to edit mode right away, scale it way down to 0.1, move it up a little bit just to have it in a nice place. Maybe let's rotate it 90 degrees. I'm just modeling this here now out of place, way in a different position. Let's work for this side, by the way. It's roughly the right size. Extruded with E. Yeah, maybe let's move this. How should we approach it? Yeah, select this part. Let's hit E again and E again. Let's just make 3 segments. Now, fingers should be. I guess it seems quite even in this character, but if we do a variation, then this part would be a little bit longer than the front. I didn't really see that though. Let's just make this front part a little bit shorter than the rest. Not too much though. So this is a bit longer, these two are a bit shorter. Something like that. I mean, it's really minor detail. We'll fix these things later too. The thickness is, you know, just go just estimate these kind of things. Something like this looks about right. Then we'll give it a little bit of a curvature. Yeah, I mean, look, if these things turn out to be getting in our way at the end, we'll just change things up again until we find a good method of construction. But for now, let's just go very rough, you know, get roughly the right shape. It's just a block out basically. Now, still in edit mode. I'm happy with the finger now. For now, let's just go very rough, you know, get roughly the right shape. It's just a block out basically. Now, still in edit mode. I'm happy with the finger now. I'll move it roughly into the right position. Scale it to the right size. And now, I mean, this is just going to be like freehand in 3D space. I make copy with Shift D, and I use G to grab, R to rotate, and I won't touch S too much. Let's see. I mean, we can scale it down a little bit, yeah, but not too much. Just look at the reference and try to get this figured out. And at the moment, this is just going to be our template, and at the moment
I'm just experimenting here. I think there's an easier way to do this. Set the median point there, get this one angled. Then set origin to 3D cursor. No, wait, let me think.
this is just going to be our template or layout, so it's not going to be too important. It might be a good idea to do these kind of details on our neutral pose here, and then pose it. But we'll look into these things when we go into details. So here, 2 fingers. Let's go for the other 2 fingers here, more towards the back. Like this. Make sure that they're rotated correctly. You have to, because this is quite freeform, like there's very little regularity in this, you just have to look from many angles and get it roughly right. I mean, it's a good practice either way. This is something you will have to do very often in 3D modeling. Looks good. And now for the thumb. I believe the thumb in this design has only 2 segments. Yeah, seems about right. So just copy and get rid of a segment here for that. But we have quite a bit of a distance between the thumb and the fingers, so I'll try to consider that as we add the thumb. Yeah, that's enough separation. And I'll delete the last couple of vertices, select this ring and hit F to connect it all together. Alright, now this is our template. I mean, we'll change it up again, but for now, let's just select this first, then select our body in object mode and hit Ctrl J to join it together as we did with the arm before. Now that we have that, let's do the feet first, like the boots, because the pants are going to be a bit difficult, bit of a challenge to join up, and I want to see it in context, so in this case I'll go first for the boots. So I start with, what should we start with? Let's quickly take a look at our reference. So we have like a half sphere at the bottom and a cylinder at the top, and the cylinder that goes through here, and more detail in the middle, but that's something we'll not worry about too much at the moment. Okay, so think in primitive shapes once again, that will help you. Add a cube, go to modifiers, add a subdivision surface modifier, go to 2 divisions for this and apply it. Then go to edit mode, go to wireframe. You see all my shortcuts down here, by the way. Sorry, I'm going through this very fast. I guess I realized that. But yeah, just slow it down. Slow it down and follow step by step if you want, or if you already know these things, then it should be fine. Oh yeah, our origin is still set to 3 cursors, so I hit the period shortcut again and open this menu to change this to median point, the pivot. Now we can sort of get this right. For those of you who kind of follow what I usually do, I just posted on Twitter that I've started recording my new tutorial series, and I'm getting so many notifications now of people responding to that. It's a I don't know. I hope it doesn't distract me too much. It will be fun for those of you who actually saw that post and you're now watching the video. Thank you guys all so much for your positive feedback. It really gives me motivation. So yeah, that's what has been going on this side. Anyway, I'll scale this down to be flat here. Just trying to give it a little bit of the shape that we're looking for. You know, it's just poly modeling. I think we did this already a couple of times now with the different parts. And if you don't know something, well, you can look here at the things that I'm doing, or you can ask people in chat to help you, or you can use Google to your help, and that's going to be very important as an artist. Generally, use good, like learn how to research, learn how to find your answers, and so on. Yeah, I'm not going to make it flat, or should I? Let's quickly check the reference. Yeah, I'm not going to worry too much about that at the moment. Let's keep it round, because this part is going to be inside of the cylinder anyway, so you won't see it. Okay, very roughly our leg, and then we need a cylinder. I mean, let's just start with a circle actually. Circle again with 8 vertices around. I'll go into edit mode and move it to where our boot or leg starts, and I have to go a bit back, stretch it a little bit. I'll take these 4 points and scale them out a little bit, just a tiny bit, just to give it a little bit of a nicer roundness. And as I said, the side view is not very accurate, so I won't be relying on this too much. Instead, I'll open up my references. Let me quickly put them on my second screen, just so that I can look at it while I'm working. And now let's see. So we extrude this down. Here we scale it up a little bit. I'll just use scale along all axes and not worry about this side for now, and we'll fix that later. Then we go down a little bit more. We can turn these rings also a little bit, since the leg is not entirely straight here. And one last time, and here we'll need to do quite a bit of adjustments. Let's see. So I'll select these 2 points and bring them up, scale them out like this. Okay, how can we simplify this process a little bit? So we have here at the bottom, let's see here, a little bit of a geometry, right? So I'm just trying to bring a few points in here that indicate this transition, and we'll do the details later. At this point, even though we're doing poly modeling, I'm still considering this a block out. So just roughing in all the parts, all the rough proportions. You want to see like the rough shapes and the silhouette of your character as soon as possible, so that you can judge if you're going to the right direction or if you're making mistakes. Yeah, that's the approach that you want to take here. Okay, see, I did one mistake. Be sure to enter wireframe mode, so that you also edit points in the back when you select them. And something like this should do. Let's see. We have a little bit of a arch like this. seams on the design. So we'll move these a little bit back further, just a bit more to the front, just so that we get this slight arch to the front, and add another subdivision here. So I think I've mentioned already most of the shortcuts. Just to review them quickly, Control R gives you lets you insert a loop, and Alt and click lets you easily select like an edge loop here. Otherwise I'm just using transformations, so it's not too complicated. Yeah, let's select the back side of the leg, use proportional editing, and we can make this a little bit smaller, just to give it a bit more of the shape of an actual foot. You need to make it a bit wider though. Alright, okay. Now it's not super detailed, but that should be good enough for now. I mean, you know, you have the rough silhouette, it roughly is in the right place. But for the details, obviously, we'll need to look at this a bit more closely and, you know, match the different details that we have on this character. So for now, let's select this first, select this second, and then finally at the end, select your body, and use again Ctrl J to join everything together, and that will mirror our mesh over again. And I do quickly want to attempt to do the legs in this part. Let's see if we can finish this off in just this fifth part, I guess, if I'm not counting wrong. Okay, but we need to think for a second, what's the best way to approach it? So we have a circle down here, right? And we have a circle up here, so let's begin maybe by just go into the body, copy this, so select this ring only, hit Shift D to copy this ring, then hit the right mouse button to reset it to its position where you copied it from, so it's still a copy here. Then I hit P, and with P you can separate and click on the selection only. So now if you go to object mode, you'll have a new object here that has only this in it. And we'll use this as a base here. I'll scale it up a little bit just to see where, you know, that it's a different, visibly different object. And then I'll copy this entire thing in the edit mode and bring it up to the top. I'll tilt it a bit to the front, and we'll delete this center, this vertex in the middle, and bring these 2 points together. Let's see, now it looks strange at the moment, but we can just, you know, go in here and try to make this a bit smoother to bring it into a more circular shape. It doesn't need to be perfect here. Alright, we make here now this ring. Look at the reference for this to line it up roughly. You won't be able to do it perfectly, so don't even try. Yeah, I mean, references are never going to be perfect. You get very good references for cars and stuff like that, where you know there is a ground truth that you can work with, but with characters, it might even sometimes look better if you have a little bit of a, you know, artistic touch where not everything is perfect. But my advice anyway is that instead of always looking only at your references, also look in 3D and see if it is kind of roughly in the right place. So that also helps. Now here is another thing that I want to introduce to you. There's an add-on that is very useful for modeling, and to activate it, go to Edit, Preferences, go to Add-ons, and type here Loop Tools, and activate this one. It's already in Blender. If you download Blender, you will have it already. You just need to activate it. Then you can hit N to open this side panel and go to Edit and open the Loop Tools, and this will allow you to, for example, relax these points a little bit, or like align the spacing. I usually use these two bottom features to just, you know, make things a little bit smoother, a bit nicer arranged. Alright. Now next, let's work from the bottom here. I'll extrude this up a little bit, and then let's extrude again and scale it up. And maybe let's bring it up to this point. Just scale it up to hit these 2 points. And in the middle it should now be joined together. And we'll add maybe these 2 points as well, to the mix, and we'll have to bring these down a little bit because the point where the paths join is roughly around here. Now let's see if the count of the vertex count here is the same as in the top. So if we can merge it or not. You'll see down here this has 7 vertices, and this has we don't count this one, also 7, so this will be able to connect like this. Just select points and hit F to connect them. It will go all the way around. Now the remaining work is just to add a loop cut with Ctrl R and to adjust the points to, you know, shape our form, shape the form that we're going for. This is again going to be rough, but just make sure you look at the silhouette, because the silhouette is the most important thing of your character. If you get the silhouette right, it will be very recognizable. You will instantly know who the character is. And yeah, just do that for a little bit. I'll just go ahead and select these lower ones and hit relax to give this a bit of a nicer curvature, but we have to bring them down a little bit. Let's do the relax here as well. You see how useful it is? Of course you'll lose your definition, so you'll have to go back in and you know, position them more correctly just to get this correct, but it's a nice way to reset a little bit to give yourself a nicer, smoother mesh. Anyway, I also like to look a lot from just a perspective view from outside, not from the front or side view, just to really get a good understanding of where we have too many points, where we're missing some. Here we have this, and then here we finally scale this down a little bit for the belt line, and maybe add another loop cut and move it down a little bit to give it this shape. But yeah, there we go. Wow, we're reaching now 20 minutes. That's going to be a long video, but I did hurry. I hope I didn't take too much time here. You of course can take your time to recreate all this. Maybe let's just go ahead and add some final details. Keep in mind that if you scale this here, it will scale around here because you only have these points selected. These are mirrored, so they're not part of your selection. So it will not like scale it towards the center. So after you scale it, you have to move it also a little bit to the center, just to keep this all even. So let's do that a little bit, and yeah, it just gives it a little bit more of this, a feeling of thickness that we would have here. Joins things a bit nicer together, like this. Alright, and there we go. I mean, honestly, I start to recognize the character just by its silhouette. So I think that's quite exciting. I hope that you're also having no problem following this tutorial. Let me just fix one thing up here finally. I think this should look somewhat more like this. And with that we should be good to go for now. Alright, we have already passed our 20 minutes mark. Something I don't like too much, but it's okay. Man, I get addicted to making little adjustments. Okay, I'll stop now. There we go. I hope you like your progress so far. And maybe I should just share a quick screenshot of this on Twitter and see what you guys think. I hope to get you all excited for this project. Anyway, hope you enjoyed, hope you don't have any problems, and I'll see you in the next part. And that actually lined up pretty well. Hello and welcome back to part 6 of this character creation tutorial series. In a very short amount of time we've actually come quite a way. So let's take a look. There are a few little things that I want to still add. I think the last part that we really need to add to this block out is here with the head, just the helmet and the ears. We also have in the design, if you look at it once again, this cape here with the ring. Yeah, we might do something simple there as well, but not in this part. Maybe that's for the next part. Okay, let's get started. So for the helmet, what I'll do is I'll again, let's see, what kind of shape do we have here? I'll start with cylinder, not a cylinder, a circle. This time I will pick 16 vertices instead of 8, just to give myself a little bit more to work with. So anything's fine in object mode or whatever, just move it up, give it that little rotation here, and we might want to also tilt it back a little bit like this. Now it's going to be a bit tricky, this part, because the references don't quite line up, as you can see. So this part is definitely a lot lower than what I have drawn here. So we need to find a little bit of a compromise, but I trust the front view a lot more compared to the side view, so I'm only going to use the side view as a reference for like the depth, so the y-axis only. So it's really quite far away from this line, but just ignore it. I don't think it is too accurate in this case. So this is the first step, and let's see. Alright, let's do a copy, and we will now do the other line. So we can just try to rotate it this way. I just press R to rotate it. If you press R twice, just press it 2 times, then you can also rotate it from the view a little bit like this. I'm just making it a little bit flatter towards the camera, and then we just have to line it up a little bit better like this. So yeah, that should give us these 2 lines first of all. It would be nice if these points lined up, so should we maybe so I'll try to look at it from flat on to the surface, and if I can, I will rotate it a little bit in this direction, just on both sides, to bring this point a little bit closer to the second ring that we're trying to intersect it with. Let's see if that changed anything about... Yeah, it's pretty much the same, so that's fine. and this one is also kind of offset, so I'll try to also rotate it to sort of bring these points a little bit closer to this intersection point. That will make it easier for us to connect these rings together. Yep, that's nice. And then we can just go ahead and merge these 2 points by using the M shortcut. Press the M key and merge at center. Then also do the same on this nice point. That will make it easier for us to connect these rings together. Yep, that's nice. And then we can just go ahead and merge these 2 points by using the M shortcut. shortcut, press the M key and merge at center. Then also do the same thing on this side with these 2 points at center. Now I really hope this works out. I'm not entirely sure. I'm just experimenting myself with this, but I'm pretty sure it will, so don't worry about it. So what I did now is I selected these 3 points, I pressed Shift S and set the cursor to selected. But we'll put this 3D cursor right in the center of these 3 points. This is because this circle seems to be, you know, a little bit offset towards this direction. Roughly in here I now want to create another circle. So Shift A in edit mode, add a circle. I will use 16, seems a bit too much. Let's start with 8 and we'll increase that as we go. I'll make it smaller. Now we first start by rotating it up a little bit, and it seems like this part is a little bit, you know, stretched like this. It's not entirely circular. And from here on I just press R twice and I try to, actually let's just go into perspective and do it just by looking at the shapes. I think so it goes a bit further up. It's quite large actually. Just by looking at the shapes, I think so it goes a bit further up. It's quite large actually. Something like this, maybe. And then it seems like it's a bit too far to the front, so we might have to, you know, push it back a little bit so that these lines once again sort of are, you know, close to one another. Here they're a bit more distant, here a bit, they're a bit to the front, so I might go ahead and rotate it a bit like this. So all these lines are, you know, roughly in the same region. Doesn't need to be perfect, but do this as good as it can, while making sure that the front view still sort of lines up. Also push these out just a little bit, just to give it a little bit of variation, so that it's not too constructed. And I think I'll subdivide it here as well. So select the entire ring, right click, subdivide, and we can try to give it a smoothness here, but that's not going to solve the entire thing. You can also use relax here one more time, that will make it smooth again. So I'm doing this because we need a way to connect these eventually, and the points aren't really in the right spot, so let's see. Yeah, that should be good enough, you know. Just trying to make sure that none of them are too far apart from one another, because eventually we'll have to merge these together here. Is that good enough? I hope. Alright, so then I think we can delete these points now. But maybe before we do that, we could subdivide this here just to have this point in place, roughly. You know, it's not connected or anything, but just have it where we need it. But that will make it difficult to line these up. Maybe we do the same thing here. We just subdivide this as well and bring this a bit closer, just to keep the number of points similar on these. It's a tricky part, but I think we can, let's see. Yeah, I have an idea actually. So in the back, of course, this is not going to be having this cross. Instead, let's delete this part. Okay, this is going to be quite a change, but I'll try to make it flat now. So this is the part, I think this is where the modeling approach that I'm taking is going to feel a bit more complicated. But I'm basically working on the edges. I want to trace the 3D object in 3D with my mesh, just the major landmarks that we need to hit. Because the surface in between is basically just going to be interpolation between these lines, and that's fairly easy to do with the right tools, but the shape is mostly defined with these edges. So just by looking from various angles, comparing it to our references, we have to figure this out. So I'm going to connect now these 2 points with F and subdivide it again by right-clicking and using the subdivide. The smooth option was still on here, and you can also add more subdivisions like this, but you see it's not going to be very straight, so I'm just going to select quite a large part of this and use the relax feature here and space.
I think he forgot at this part that this tutorial is supposed to be for beginners. Yep, he got carried away. I can't make the helmet like that. This tutorial is supposed to be for beginners, but he got a little carried away with the helmet, I have to say. A bit too complicated. That is way too complicated for beginners.
Just relax, just repeatedly click them. That will make the whole chain a bit smoother. smoother. We can maybe just do this on the entire part. Yeah, that just helps us have a more smooth flow of points. Just click these a couple of times if you can. And so what I was trying to do was, okay, so we have here the pole, so to say, and now on the opposite side I'll choose a point, kind of between here would be ideal, but let's count quickly. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wait, was it the same? Sorry, I have to count again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, so the center is right in between those two. So let's actually just go ahead and add a center between them. It's going to be this. And I'll use spacing one more time to space these out evenly. And this is now going to be the opposite side of that. And so that means that all these other... can I mark this somehow? No, I don't think so. But basically I want this here to flow from here to here. So I'm going to do this by rotating this part, but you see if you start to rotate it, you'll also lose the alignment of this part here. It's a bit inconvenient. So what we could do here in this situation is to hit the period key and use active element. You'll see that when you select things in Blender, one of your last selection will have a different color. And the thing you select last is your active selection. So in this case, I'll select all these points and make sure that I select this point last. Now I can rotate this without moving this point. So I'm going to align it here. We actually are going to change the flow here later as well, so that it's not all coming to one pole, but you'll see what I'm going to do. It's a bit of a tricky part, I have to admit that. It's not too easy, but maybe it's an opportunity for you to see how I go about solving these kind of challenging issues. So let's see. Let's just connect this up quickly, subdivide it. Let's give it 2, 3 subdivisions. We'll adjust the number of subdivisions as well later. You can do these things. I use smooth, relax and spacing one more time. Now we should be able to kind of fill this. It's not going to look too smooth in the beginning and probably also not going to line up completely, but let's just start filling it in and we'll see the issues and misalignments that we'll get. So in this case it worked out just fine. Let's delete this point though. Let's connect the next part. Let's connect these 4 first, then we'll continue to fill this in. So here you see, for example, here in this edge loop there's 1 point less. So I'm just going to anywhere in this line add 1 more point, select this entire chain and use the space feature in the loop tools that we activated from the plugins in the previous part, and then you get a quite even spacing here. Then let's try the same thing with the last side, and that actually lined up pretty well. Alright, so with that now in place, let's try something here. I'm just going to select all these rings and I'll subdivide them with the smooth feature that should bring things roughly into the right place. And I'm just going to select one of the rings now. You can also do the same thing here by going to select loops, edge rings, get all these rings here.
Yeah, he got carried away with the helmet. I can't do that. I mean, I can if I really went at it, but it's tough. Not saying I can't. I think I'll just go with my style.
These points here, delete them. Then I will extrude these ones up here and connect these points down here with the flow that comes across. Let's extrude these 3 points one more time. We can switch back to median point.
That's really difficult.
So we should be able to, not yet. I guess we have to do one more step. and now we should be able to just connect it up like this. This gives us a bit of a nicer topology, and we'll have to fix the the shape again, but the topology is nice now. Now I think the biggest issue is that this is not looking like a sphere at all anymore at this point, so we can fix that. Let's just go back to object mode. I'll add a new sphere, and icosphere should be just fine. I'll increase the subdivisions a little bit, just make it smooth. 5 should be fine. Now let's move it to where the head is and try to bring it to the right size for the helmet. This is basically the side that we want to go for. And now what I can do is, let's see, I would prefer if we don't have to change this ring too much. Let's go ahead. I'm now back in this mesh that we've been creating. Let's separate this ring to a separate object. So now this ring is separate from this kind of thing on the head and the sphere. Now I'm just going to select this mesh that we've been making, go to the modifiers, add a shrink wrap modifier, go here to the target, and now select the icosphere that we have created. Now what this does is it kind of fits the points to this sphere. You can also go ahead and hit outside surface and give this a little bit of an offset so that you can see it better. And I checked this last icon here so that in edit mode we can see the result. Now what I want you to do is go to the sculpt mode. Okay, this is a little bit of an extra trick here.
I'm not able to follow that right now. Got carried away.
In the sculpt mode, and then hold shift, and while holding shift brush points. So do one. You have now do is do a little bit more. You would this need this. Now this, I think I'm going to try to. We'll try. Select this. These 4. There's a little bit of a mix, it seems. Maybe so lucky. We go now brush over, fix lightly a little bit, and from here up through this part we'll have to, but we can interesting. Yeah. Then I'll move this. Alt S. This everything now you can see, and then hit. So good starting point. Let's try to select the neat tool here. Turn this. I really are long for a neck. Yes, here we have difficult part that there's a couple of this again. I would pull and here see so and yeah. Hello, this is Daniel and welcome to the 7th part of this character tutorial series. Now we have just finished the helmet and we have a few more little details to cover, and soon we'll be done with the base mold. Let's see, I quickly noticed that we still haven't connected the neck. Should we do that quickly? Let's see. Now the poly count isn't ideal in this case. What I want to do is, okay, let's quickly select the head. I'll let's see. So here, let's toggle very quickly the helmet so that we don't see it, that it's not in the way. And I will go ahead and add loop cut here. Now this will mean that we'll have to quickly spread out these points a bit evenly. So select this ring and this ring. Use the loop tools again from the plugin that we activated in the previous part. Use the space feature to space them out a bit more evenly. I have to do something similar for all of these loops here. I'm just going to select them with shift and control. Let's space them out a bit. Okay, we can't do it here. Should have realized that. But otherwise we can. Yeah, alright. I mean, it's not very beautiful at the moment, but we'll have plenty chances to fix this up later. For now it's okay. So let's just leave it like this, because this will allow us now to connect it up with the body. So I'm selecting both objects, join the head to the body, and then you should be able to just connect them with F, as they should share the same number of vertices. just do this, and here we go. Let's just line up everything a little bit nicer, and that should be good for now. All right. Yeah, feel free to tweak these kind of things a little bit to the point where you're happy. At least they're now all in one object, and we'll later on need this when we add the details, so it's good that we did that right away. In the back I want to have a little bit more height compared to the front. Just adjusting some minor things here and there. But alright, that's good for now. So here we have now head and body connected. The legs are still separate, but actually, why don't we just add these together? Select the two, hit Control J, and there we go. So this is, let's just call this body block, or I don't know. Yeah, layout, I don't know, whatever. Call it whatever you want to call it, and we had here the helmet. You can spend time and name it all, but it's not super important at the moment if you have an overview about your parts. This will be more important later on in the project when we really need to organize things more. You don't need to overdo that kind of thing, but it's always good to keep these kind of organizatory things in mind. Alright, now let's start with this little piece here. I'm not going to join it into the helmet because it would require quite a lot of changes to topology. I'm just going to make an
yeah, I think I'm gonna call it there. Really trying my hardest to follow along. And that concludes day 6 of at least 4 hours a day of doing Blender. And really trying to learn it. I'll be doing this for quite a while, so subscribe if you want to join in. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll probably go on and live about 8 a.m. again. That's my work hours. See ya.